Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. I'm your host, Down the Crypto TA. A bit of a sell off yesterday, a bit of a sell off. So we've been catching a tad bit of support around the golden pocket for Bitcoin here. It's very important that we do hold this area here where the golden pocket is, not simply because it is the golden pocket, because also we've slightly broken below our bigger pattern, our bigger this pattern here. So we've broken the low of this pattern right here. And from this daily time frame, if we're not able to hold where we are currently here, we're going to see some sort of an expansion in price action. It is also the lower side of the Bollinger Band, which is why I'm stating that we see some sort of an expansion to the downside. That could push us down here to take out this low over here, sweeping this low or taking out this low over here. Not looking too gravy. We are holding up right now. It is the point of control here as well. So we just really just at a critical spot right now. And if we move over to the higher, such as our weekly time frame here, you can see that we're also back here at this ascending trend line here. Now, this is the one that I kept organically. Beforehand, we broke through this ascending trend line here, and we're reclaiming it now. The first time we broke through it, we tapped through it again, and that's fine, but we just want to hold on to it. I did move it on the monthly time frame. If you were here, I shared with you that I adjusted it to this point here on the monthly time frame, but really it needs to be like it is right now, because once it's gone, this could be our next level, 74,000. That could be our next level. And then ultimately, we'd be looking somewhere within here, towards our golden pocket, in here, down in the 50s. But we're not quite ready for that just yet. We're still trying to play out the same situation that we talked about before, which is going to be this situation over here that we had back in 2022, where we got this small uptick move right here. So I turn on my EMAs, which is right now just back to our 26 EMA. So you can see how I adjusted this trend line right here, as opposed to how I have it on the weekly time frame. I took it off of this pivot right here and put it on this one. It lines up perfectly with our 26 EMA, which is also why I just like to have a different outlook than everything looking exactly the same. Just kind of challenge my way of thinking about the situation. So you can see over here how we came back. We tapped it here and we came back to it a second time before we actually saw the two green candles to the upside. So we can still maintain it here. There's also your 382 fit retracement, which is a shallow retracement at the moment for Bitcoin. Shallow retracement. So we're taking out this low right here. Like I said, if we're losing this in here, and let's just say we're taking out this low over here for that 74, we could tap into this 50% retracement here, which is at 70,846. We could also do something like that too, as support and then bounce away, because we have these highs in here as well. So yeah, we're just at a critical point right here. We need to make sure we're holding that. Otherwise, I mean, ultimately, if this is a bear market, which I assume that we are in a bear market based on the previous setups in the past, or what the indicators look like, or what transpired, that would be us coming down here into the golden pocket, in my opinion, and not going lower than that. So I don't think that we'd see like a 786.886 retracement this time. We got pretty extended on the RSIs as well, which is fine. That indicates weakness, and we want to respect the fact that it indicates weakness. I think we had like a little bit like here on the daily time frame right now at 37. I think yesterday we got as low as, yeah. So I mean, we still have room to come down if we do start to lose the area. We do still have, I mean, we know that we still have room to come down and hit any one of these levels in here. We do. Um, we don't have any structure in here just yet on this time frame. We did start to cross down below the zero line here on the daily time frame as well. So unless we invalidate this today, it would imply that we would continue down unless we invalidate this today. And again, the Bollinger, let me just show you that here. So you can see how we're trying to get back up above the standard deviation 2 here. So we're trying to maintain that, and we really do need to maintain it. We have to get back inside of the pattern formation overall. Otherwise, it'd just be a back test here and then a continuation to the downside. So we do need to see a reclaim with closures inside, not like this one right here where it pushed in and then or it was up and then rejected to the downside. So we have to be able to get back inside of the pattern formation as well. Otherwise, we could start to ride this 1 and 2 all the way down. That'll be your clue for you if you're a bear, that you continue to stay within here like that. In here or outside, but not above. So in here or outside, that could end up being the situation. So if we come back up and we fail, that'll just be a back test of the breakdown and a continuation. You could take a short from there if you're not already in the short position with Bitcoin. Right now, I'm kind of looking for. Right now, I have a long setup over here, just based on the signal that my indicator threw out yesterday. Um, and I mean that's it. A signal threw it out after we reclaimed on the golden pocket. So I'm looking for the up because the RSIs are pretty overextended as well. Now, Bitcoin has not swept this previous daily low. I noticed that Ethereum did that. I'm going to show you Ethereum chart now. So this was the low from yesterday for Ethereum, which was also a golden pocket hold. And you can see how Ethereum has already swept this low. So Ethereum is coming across a little bit weaker than Bitcoin at the moment. Also coming across a little weaker than Solana at the moment, because Solana is another one that hasn't swept that previous day low the way that Ethereum has already done that. So with ETH, we could just come back here into this prior level here at 27.71 to 26.49. It is within the squeeze, and it's tightening right through here where you see this kind of faded out pink line here and this top. So price is squeezing in through here. On these were the two levels that you saw on my chart from a couple of days ago as well, based on the head and shoulder formation. And we hit this first one, which is also in line with where the golden pocket is at the moment. So that's what that is. And this is the second one. This one here was based on the line chart. So it was from here to here. And then the second one was an extension based on the wick. I just didn't like how extended the wick was, so I just put them both in here. And of course, they happen to line up with this low here and with these highs in here. And of course, we know we broke down from the rising structure in here, and we back tested it yesterday. And so that was a good place to get short on Ethereum yesterday. And so you can see that it's the golden pocket here as well. I'm missing a couple of tabs in here. I don't think that there was anything in here aside from, again, bear market target is this all the way down here towards the 2 to 1,000 or so, just based on this potential head and shoulder formation that's in here for Ethereum. And right now we're holding a high volume section through here. This has been on the chart right here for a minute. So we're kind of holding this too at the for the time being. And I don't need to go over all of this again. For Ethereum. But again, a little bit weaker right now than Bitcoin is. See, right now we have already back tested this this pin bar. We've already back tested this pin bar and we've held it after that sweep. So I am looking for the move up at least back here into this fair value gap, and then probably reject from there because we are in a downtrend. It's going to be better looking for shorts, although I did enter into a long position here on Ethereum. Solana, I'm not in any position. Well, I'm still in my short position for Solana. I'm in the short position from, what was it yesterday? It was this high. I'm in the short from this high here on one account, and then the short from over here. I'm still in this one right here at the moment as well. So I have two short positions that I'm in on Solana. I'm not in any long positions currently for Sol. I did take one yesterday, but I've already closed that one out. It is performing a little bit better than Ethereum is, like I said, and Bitcoin at the moment too. You can see how far away it is from the previous day low. It hasn't come back down towards that, but we did reject off of this low in here so far for Solana. But Solana's already at critical levels as it is. We already know that Solana's at its bear market territories, and also that we stand a chance of going down much lower. We have a little bit of a squeeze in here. We've been waiting until market opens here lately to really see any sort of traction, creating these bear divs in the process right now. So we would need to have this explosive move to the upside to invalidate any other bear divs that we're seeing in here at the moment. I'm going to take this off the chart so it's not distracting. That was our pattern here yesterday we broke down from. Take another sip of my coffee. MACD and Delta look positive, but it is still, again, bear divs. Bear divs on these highs. Same situation over here with Bitcoin and Ethereum. Need to be able to reclaim. We are at the low of the Bollinger. We've already, so thus far, just come back up towards the standard deviation 1 for the rejection, and now we're bing bonging in between it. We could continue this acceleration down. The green box, I just turned off the coloring in the background, but this is our bear market territory for Solana, which goes all the way down to about $90-something thousand, where we don't want to actually take out that low. 0.886 here. No sweep of the prior week low, which is, I guess that's decent. Barely hanging on to this ascending trend line through here. Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and take this. Go ahead and take this fib off so it's not too much noise on here. And I don't actually need these anymore. Not really, because yeah, I don't really need this anymore. We can see that we're rejecting that prior low. Actually, let me just take this and move it down here for that low. Hmm. We'd already seen that we were unable to get above this level right here plenty of times, which would be breaking us to the upside out of the Bollinger Band. Same situation. And remember the trend line that I had in here, I deleted that because price is basically going sideways and the Bollingers are going sideways as well. There's no sense in looking at the earlier trend line that I had through here and thinking that we've actually broken through, and we haven't. So that's gone. We haven't crossed below the zero line just yet with the delta. Actually, I changed the colors. And they look so much alike right now. I changed the color. Uh, so that'll be our MACD. So we haven't crossed the zero line with the MACD just yet. But it's white at the moment and the delta is red. So that could be our signal that we're going to continue down. We've already broken below this low in here. And we would have to close back above here on a daily in order to even invalidate that, which may not be the case. And we're looking down here on Solana. Remember, note that I added these additional rays in here. Beforehand, I was only looking at the potential for a move all the way back down to the $40 to $30 region for Solana, but we can look to this pivot here. They have held up pretty well so far, coming back and back testing. Then we had this one here where we back test and we got a bounce. This one through here where we back tested and we got a bounce. This was just a golden pocket reaction here. So there was actually no ray to put across here. So this one right here, you can see we came to a reactor, we got a bounce. We can look for the same thing if we do not manage to claim back above here. Any sort of a push down, taking out this low over here. You can see how that will probably put us here on this ray, wherever that is at. And this is connected. It's going to be really hard for me to show you that, but you can just go back on your chart and do something like this and then look for a bounce off of here, just like before. But at this point, we're really in a pickle because we're likely outside of our bearish control territory. Below 120 is bad for Sol. Below 120, terrible. Terrible for Solana. Terrible. And we know that. I have this on 6 or 5. I have this on 6. This is where we are right now. This is what I was looking at beforehand, just taking out the other rays. That would put us down here between around 40 to 30 something bucks in here for Solana. But below 120 is just terrible. You know. It's kind of do or die right now for Sol. We're already slipped below the value area low in here as well, with no reaction like before. Nothing so far. So below the 50 RSI for the second time in its history. And you can see what that led to. So this candle right here, once it got below the 50, it just indicated some sort of a continuation for price action. But I mean, the whole market was going down. So we just have to see how that works this time, because everything was in this predicament. This is the second time though for Solana to be below the 50 on the monthly time frame. This is the biggest area. We just saw that. This is the biggest area of support right here. So if it's not holding here, oops, you know, nothing good is going to come from it. I'm going to stay away from the other altcoins for today unless somebody requests something. I'm just not going to get into the other ones. Oh, I took a chain link long as well. A little small position on chain link. I think I might have got stopped out on Zcash finally. Hold on. Let me check. I just realized that I had not looked at it yesterday since, the market seems so bummed. I'm actually no longer in. Okay, no, I'm still in it. It's like, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I'm still in it. Okay. Take a look at USDT dominance. There's no sense to me doing total two. It's going to look like everything else. Yesterday, we were rejecting from our trend line in here. And now we've broken above it, which this was a little bit of it's inverse to Bitcoin. We know that already. So trend line held very well. It held very well. So the hope yesterday was that we would continue down here and probably break this, even though we knew we'd still be pushing into some sort of support in here for it. So we're at resistance now. We'll see how we start to do at this resistance level in here for USDT dominance. Solana versus ETH still looking good in here. We know that because of the performance right now of Ethereum as opposed to Solana. Of Solana as opposed to Ethereum sweeping its daily low already. Others. Let's see, cash just back at the golden pocket there. And of course, the VIX. The VIX came back, hit its support level in here, and away it went. And this is basically the low of support anyway here for the VIX through here. It's going to be the low of support. It usually doesn't get too much lower than that. So this market hasn't opened just yet, but you can see where Ethereum came to yesterday, and Ethereum's the only one that I've actually mapped out here um, with the ETF. I haven't done that for Solana or Bitcoin. I've only managed to get it done for Ethereum, so I could see where it came into this put level in here and where it held support at yesterday. This put level. And this actually works really good with identifying where Ethereum may or may not find some sort of support as well, since more people are trading this ETF as opposed to regular Ethereum. Old crypto people still do the old Ethereum, but most of your new interest is going to come through the ETF. So it's a good way of gauging where support might be at in here for ETH. Um, all right, and today we do have ADP employment change, average hourly earnings, core retail sales, non-farm employment change, retail sales and unemployment rate, flash manufacturing, flash services. So we have a little bit of may get some volatility in here. I mean, we know that when the market opens, we're going to get volatility anyway. As it's tied more to the stock market now than ever. But these are things that could impact it even more today. So just be on the lookout for that. I marked out this weekly low in here just for a potential scenario. We need to see it sweep and then reclaim, of course. You don't want to just jump into it if this right here doesn't play out uh, here. I don't know why we keep putting in these little hockey sticks in here, but we do. All right. In terms of the stock market, I'm not going to get into all of them. I will tell you, Tesla is performing very well right now. I did see a huge amount for puts in here, but Tesla's in an uptrend, so it's just going to be better to look for something to the upside for Tesla, some sort of a continuation up. Right now, we're back below one of the weekly levels in here, but we are above the previous day high at the moment. So previous day low is all the way down here, and I don't think Tesla's coming back down here. So it's just going to be a better situation to look for a long on Tesla than it is to be looking to short it. Nvidia, I know, is to the downside. So previous day high up here. We just tapped into previous day low right here. And we're also in some sort of a descending structure in here. If we break this low right here, which is at 173.23 here, I just say start trading below this right here. We're expanding to the downside here on Tesla. And this is just in case of the inverse. I'm sorry, not inverse, but head and shoulders formation on Salon on Nvidia that would put it down here towards the golden pocket. I don't know why I'm stumbling and fumbling all over today, all over the place today, but definitely in a downtrend. Any sort of move up, you want to look for a short on this one. I think the other situation, not doing Apple, did Tesla. Circle, we talked about Circle potentially getting down here to the 75, and you can see where we've been at and just kind of been going sideways on this thing right here. I'm going to get rid of this. But we're at the 75 now. We were ranging in between these three right here. But yesterday, with all the shenanigans, 75 was a place to look at here. And if we're not holding 75, I don't have another level in here for it. And it's not even worth it, to be honest with you, if it's not holding. Could fill in this gap in here, but 75 right now seems to be the consensus for some sort of relief bounce on this one. All right. So that was a drop below that weekly level. Okay, so down she goes, I suppose. Possibly finally even taking out this low in here. So 65 would be the next target on this. Who else was gold? A little bit of a double top situation right here for gold. As it did get above this level, if it's coming back into this level, might have well, I'm not gonna say you're gonna have a hiccup. Maybe it just comes back down here and you can proceed to take a long from here, possibly some sort of a back test of this wedgie structure. And if it's not holding that, then a measured move on this would be something like that. We were watching this trend line right here. You can see how it came up and back tested that trend line, and say a little double top situation. Either holds here and bounces away. Currently, that's going to be about 42.25. Either holds there and bounces away or breaks through that, and then you're looking somewhere back down here towards this lower trend line in here. Alphabet, Google. This was the gap that we were looking at in here on this one. With this wedge struck with this channel, fallen channel situation in here. It's in a downtrend too right now. On lower time frames, not on higher time frames. On lower time frames like this one. We're below all of those levels in there. The next one will be down here at 200. So 300, drop this one. I'll be looking down here towards 3. We're below the 310 now, which means that it's in, gamma short territory, and then you probably wouldn't get another bounce unless you reclaim here now. Probably wouldn't get another bounce until it hits about 3. So that's all I'm going to cover on these. The rest of it, yeah, it's not looking too hot. I will check back in on this right here later. I'm going to jump back over here on Bitcoin. Nice push out of Biddy. I'm just excited that we're not in this little bitty tight range like we've been the past 2 days. Or past three streams. This big spread right here means that from these EMAs, that means that price action can push through any one of these, but it won't be sustainable. So it will come back down. If they were tighter, it would be something different. If they were tighter like this over here, it'd be something different. But they're spread out over here. So it can act as resistance, but at the same time, it can push through it. It just won't be a sustained move for price action. It's 120. Fair value gaps are these boxes right here that you see on my chart. Those are your fair value gaps. And I am preparing to come into my take profit on my chain link loan. And I'm going to close that one out. Fully close it out. Ethereum basically looks the same way as Bitcoin right now, except Ethereum is hitting like a 26 CMA over here with this with the breakout here from where it had this little squeeze on it, like I mentioned. And Solana is now above this level, so it's looking pretty good. It's looking really good in the moment. For the moment. It's going to be a 200 here on Solana with the strong push out. I don't really think price action is bullish enough to have that sort of an RSI to be real with you. It's a little bit toppy. A little bit toppy given the environment. If you felt like you wanted to play this long position, I would wait on a back test. Otherwise, you're too late to even want to enter in on this right here. The best place was going to be down here at the golden pocket, somewhere down within here. But on a back test here for the breakout zone, that would be a place to enter in on it if you weren't already long on it. Mhm. Still holding. Let's see what this looks like on the Bollinger as opposed to that. Just want to see. All right, Bitcoin seemed like it's kind of just giving up at this moment. But like I said, if you were going to get long on this, I would wait for a back test into here. Otherwise, you don't have a reason to want to take a long on it. Not from the middle of the range. watching from New Zealand. I'm hoping it's London manipulation. Then they dump into New York. Hope I say it right, but thank you for being here. Lows at 81. Unless they're just adding the 81 on the end. Um, could very well be. I think it was due a little bit of a bounce anyway from there with the squeeze, but yeah, it is a bit toppy. Um, I mean, RSI is a little bit high in my opinion for something that's bearish. It's a good short, but I'll be looking to do it more so somewhere around the weekly previous week low here, which just disappeared because the screen does that. From this previous week low, here could be a good place for it. Um, this is a strong bet on the golden pocket, which could be overreach on my behalf. I really felt like yesterday was, and I hate to use the word manipulation, but you can see right here how price action did coming down over here. It was really, I consider these to be squeezes when I see the price action step down like that, especially after the volume disappears and you see it doing this. Yeah, that was more so of a squeeze. And even when I drew out the trend line break on this one right here, it was very minor before coming back down to back test the little breakout area. It did it on all three: Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. But this was, I would say, if I had to use the word manipulation, I would say that this part of this downtrend was manipulation in here. I think our RSI read yesterday was like what, 12 or something like that. It was trashy across the board, which is why I know we're due some sort of a relief bounce. We were yeah, RSI was um, relatively weak on all four time frames. 15. That's just, though it could pump to any of those fair value gaps or order blocks and then turn. I don't like when it pauses. Yeah, I don't like when it pauses like this either. It's real slow at the moment, which a lot of times lead to some sort of a quick or a large candle body move. Yeah, I don't like that either. But you can tell, like what you were saying, if I can just take out the word manipulation, but what you were saying, how this candle right here was really aggressive and it had a shaved top. Like that, usually a shaved top is supposed to indicate strength. And when you follow that up with something like this, it's not. It's weak. Because if you got a big candle, if you got a big strong candle like this with a shaved top, that means that there was no pushback from bears whatsoever in this entire move. So it should theoretically continue up, but it didn't do that. Turn back down. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Let me look back at that one too. 1 hour just hit 50, which is always a good place to TP. So yeah, that's one thing right there. Let's see if we're flagging. It's not actually a flag. Yeah. Looking at the 15, there are a couple of wicks and they're both higher volume, which tells me they're still gonna chop people out either side. Yeah. Let me take a look at that. Yeah, the tweezer top off of that 15. Yeah, definitely fun and games until, yeah, till they make a decision, which more than likely I would insinuate it will be down, continuation down. I mean, we are on the downtrend, unless we're breaking that previous day high, which doesn't seem likely that we would break the previous day high. Fill the gap, maybe back test the breakdown, but I don't think we're prepared for taking out the previous day high. We're still basically sideways um, on the weekly. No, I trade Ethereum and Solana as well. I'm in a like I said, I'm in a chain link long right now. And I also trade in the stock market too. I'm in a Solana short. I'm in Ethereum long. and a chain link long. And I had a Solana long, but I've already closed that one out, which I wish I'd have kept open because it is performing a little bit better. Ave is the man. Ave, I was shorting Ave over the weekend and I closed that one out, but that was a good one. Like yeah, Ave when it gives you money, it gives you money. Yeah, I was talking about that one yesterday, saying that I should have got back into an Ave position cuz yeah, I was watching that one. Ave. I moved it up in my little list in here. It's a good play, Ave. I did um what was it on Ave? I know it was this short. I didn't take this one, but that was one that that I presented that happened to play out. I deleted all that yesterday, and then I took a short on Ave. Where did I short Ave from? And I accidentally closed that one out. That was actually the problem with the Ave position that I had open was that I accidentally closed it out. I was trying to take partial profit off of that one, and it closed the entire trade out. Let's see. Yeah, that entire trade got closed out. I'm taking so many little trades, I can't even pull it up anymore. But yeah, I did do the Ave short. It was this one right here. I did this short right here. And I was trying to take partial profit on it. I think it was like right around in here. I was trying to take partial profit on it because I knew we were coming down into some sort of a potential support level, and it closed out the entire trade. And then yeah, this one right here, this one hit. Let me see what this was right here. And I'm still in the Zcash loan. Let me zoom back out on this one a little bit. You probably get cooked now. Only thing that scares me a little bit right now is Ethereum. Because with Ethereum, I got long off of this one right here, off of this pin bar right here. And this happened while I was asleep right here. I mean, which is fine. But just the fact that it came back down and swept that previous day low is a little bit concerning for me. It's I will look to take a short though. If I can get it back up here, anywhere back up in here, I'll look to take a short on it. If it looks right, especially if this stays like this, I definitely do it. But I don't know if we're going to get all the way up there either. I looked at Monero. I, you know what? I didn't really like Monero's chart when I looked at it. I think because of what was it about Monero? I think it was how it looked against Bitcoin. Oh, it's back up here now. Yeah, the last time I looked at Monero, I can't remember what day it was, but it had something to do with this trend line right here. I think it was back over here where it started to break down from here. Let me look at it on a 4 hour so I can see it better. Oh, it's been a minute. Yeah, I think it was this breakdown right here. I hadn't looked back at it since. Well, don't look bad. It certainly don't look bad. I think this was some sort of a monthly resistance or something, though. I think that's what it was. Let me hide those. I think it was like the Bollinger here on the monthly. It's open and not a spread, which typically price would at best wick through and fall back down like it did over here. I think that's what I didn't like about Monero, and that's why I have that red box up there. No, 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 that's not it. Yeah, I was wrong. Yeah, Monero looks good. Monero looks pretty good. Okay, so no, this was just in here for those 2 wicks. Yeah, Monero looks good. Man, hey, let's see how much more it wants to push up over here. Euphoric RSI on the 3 month. A little bit of a bear div on a 1 month time frame, but that looks decent. Uh, are you in Monero? Yeah, it's a little top heavy. All right, Bitcoin still trying to push up a little bit. Ethereum holding ground. Yeah, Monero. What's that? Thin dash. Okay. Good old Bitcoin. This is the first time, though, in a minute that we've really seen pre-market or traditional market. When I say pre-market, Bitcoin actually try to move a little bit. It's a 12-minute. I'm sorry, I meant to have that on 15. I see XRP fell through a little bit lower than what we were looking at in here for that daily level or weekly level. while Bitcoin is having a hiccup right now. The XRP dropping to the 0.886. Fib retracement right there at 187.40. About to take out that daily low. That was a good buy, I suppose. Take that off. This must be where the golden pocket is. Yeah, golden pocket. Inverse head and shoulders right here on XRP. That's cute. Or would I do this one? It's just the weekly level right here. This might not be the right neckline. I still say it probably gets up here to the golden pocket though. Yeah, golden pocket and that low. Bitcoin's gonna make it. XRP's gonna make it. It's pretty green versus Bitcoin. see what ADA looks like. It's at the weekly level. Just so I can see where this would probably hit at. Could potentially. That don't look possible. Maybe it does manage to get back to 40 cents. Just might. Hmm. It's going to catch a bear div once it breaks above here. And that's probably going to be a short instead. I know that's the same thing I already drew it from, I think. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, that doesn't look crappy. Sui outperforming Bitcoin. I don't know what Sui caught support on. Don't know what that is. I don't know what this is. I don't know what it bounced from. There's nothing here. My PDL. Hmm. There's some could reject from the back testing here. I felt like the this was too high of a move, you know. It's all right. If anything, it wicks up here, leaves a wick up here, but it doesn't get a closure above here. Mm. Yeah. Mm. This is on a Monday. Yeah, today, yeah, we do have quite a bit of data coming out today between 8:30 and 10. A ton, especially the unemployment. And when you're talking about the vector, which chart are you talking about? What altcoin are you talking about? And Bitcoin is almost at that previous week low. So actually, still hasn't got above this high with confidence just yet. Hmm. I had that long open on Hyperliquid because of the 4-hour time frame, but I ended up getting stopped out. Still looks pretty decent, though it was bear diving a little bit prior. Doesn't look like it's creating bear divs anymore. So if it gets above it has to be this. Might actually break out that time next time. I think I already have that drawn out. That low. Yeah, it's that low. Adjust this right here. Mm-mm. Just following along with the squeeze. So every time it breaks above one of these lines I have drawn, let me change this color. Every time it breaks above one of these lines I have drawn in here, it just lets me know that it's squeezing. Hyperliquid is looking pretty decent. Looking good. Looking good. As long as it holds above and doesn't fall below, currently it's going to be 24,497, at least until this weekly 2-week chart resets, which is just 5 days out. This would be the low to maintain, even if it breaks the trend line. Just needs to hold here. Yeah. Yeah, it could reject from here. But even so, we know it's in a downtrend. So I'm thinking as long as it holds here, which it hasn't fallen below here just yet. If I had the ability to extend these out, as long as it holds that 24,497, it's all right. And got this trend line right here as well. But it's squeezing. It's gonna take some time, but it is squeezing. So it's basically been in between here, as opposed to how I have it now. If I take that off, it's basically been in between here. If price action were to push into like 33.70, it'll flip this Bollinger. but it has to push into this first, and then this will stop turning out and turn in. And start constricting on the 1 hour time frame. It'd be just like over here. Once you fall back in and you drop back towards standard deviation 1, it starts to flip the Bollingers. Actually, with the closure there, really, with the closure there. Closure. I don't know. To me, it's looking to turn around. Yeah, to me, it looks like it wants to flip back up. Definitely at support. Take some of this noise off of here. That. Take that out. Keep that in. I might try this one again. On the pullback, I would try long again. That candle right there would imply that it's about to reject, like you just said. like that low. I guess I have to draw it out of that far, did I? Take that short. Yeah. I suppose I entered on it. Put it right down here on the trend line. I'm assuming it doesn't come. Actually, I'm assuming it doesn't come back up this candle and then validate that candle. My stop loss again set for the invalidation of that candle right there. Solana still wrestling with that 200 EMA. Yeah. Yeah, everything is hype is outperforming Bitcoin right now though. I thought it was no, it wasn't. It was just SUI and XRP. Yeah, so whatever Bitcoin does, yeah, hype is more likely to do. It is not performing at all against Biddy, and nor is Zcash at the moment, surprisingly. Okay, so we're getting support off of standard deviation. 2 right now. This how we were yesterday, except to the downside where we kept lingering around the 50% and then we crashed. So we're lingering around 50% now. Um, might be the opposite because price action is going up right now. Yesterday it was leaning down and we were lingering around. I think we were leaning down yesterday and we was lingering around the 50%. I think we were. Yeah. Yeah, we were lingering down yesterday around the 50%. Mhm. I'm going to move this in a minute. I just want to make sure we're not rejecting from it instead of holding it as support. So I just wanted to do the first two pivots as opposed to setting it underneath this one. Make sure I did that right. What did I delete? Sorry. Trying to delete this pink line instead. Okay, so it closed back above it. Might be better like that then, since it closed above it. So higher lows at the moment, higher lows into an almost flat top. I don't want to say it's an ascending triangle. I will not move it again. If it breaks at this time, it's broken. On the 1 hour. Yeah, I'm looking for it to back test the breakdown, but I don't use 50. I use 60. All right, broken that time. Come on, Biddy. I guess we stalling out for either data or market open at this point. I'm gonna drop this line because this whipsaw on it. Hooray. And bulls briefly have control over the 1 hour. Plus. Hype following along with Bitcoin. I shorted support too, just so you know. Ethereum is holding the EMA. Solana's again still wrestling with the 200 EMA, but they're converging together, which means Solana has a high chance of hitting that golden pocket fair value gap level. And since it now has higher lows and higher highs on this 15-minute time frame, it's still a rising structure. But this does increase the chances of it coming in here. I don't really have a top just yet. So I might even have to move this um, off of this low or this low. Right now, no, right now it's not even this. Okay. It's not confirmed yet. Oh yeah, big SFP. Mhm. to the 200 with volume, then the safer entry would be the retest of the 50. Okay, for a reversal like this. Okay. Yeah, I do that too. But yeah, you do it with the 50, I do it with the 60. Yeah. I actually don't check the volume though. In most cases, I don't bother with the volume. Every now and then, I might put volume on the 15-minute time frame, but for the most part, what I'll look at to identify whether or not we have momentum is what I identify with the most, and whether or not the candles are closing above the prior candle. In the trending market, that is. We're kind of sideways right now. So I can spot where we slow down. I'll just look at whether or not we're getting a close below and where we stop closing at, what the chances are of some sort of a reversal. So inside bars, basically. PVSRA, auto override. Oh, I love Trade Travel Chill. Oh my gosh, I love her. I love her analysis. Yes, I've never used one of her. Is that an indicator? PVSRA. But she's really good. She's really, really good. She's one of the first female analysts I ever followed. She is the first. Yes. She got another female that comes on now. I don't really watch her, and then there's a guy as well that she's been using. And I haven't watched her in a little bit, but I love her analysis. She's good. And there was what's the guy name? Let me see if I can't find this guy I used to like too. It's weird. I can't find him. I haven't watched his show in a minute either. But he was really good. Um, it's weird. I can't find him because I know I'm subscribed to his channel. Hmm. Okay. Crypto Cipher. Yeah, it's Crypto Cipher. He's really good. I like his stuff. All right, looks like we're breaking now. Who? The guy that was on Trade Travel Chill's channel is doing stuff for Crypto Banter now. That's wild. I don't watch Banter as often. The only person I might watch on Banter is gonna be what's the guy with the must with the beard, the big beard that's always going lickies. I watch him every now and then. I like him. He doesn't come on with any BS or pretending to know everything. So I like him. He might be the only one. Rand is just gonna depend um, on the subject. See if this top and tail is gonna hold up here. Yeah, Sheldon. I like Sheldon. I like Sheldon. I haven't tuned in. I haven't tuned in to watch him in a while though. Um, oh, Crypto Banter Portugal. Okay, Portugal. Not sure if there's a difference. I don't know if there's a difference either. Yeah, I haven't seen Sheldon in a minute. And Rand. I don't know. Again, it just depends on what he's talking about. I will give him credit for finding like gems. He do find gems, but yeah, he just I don't know. And Miles, when Miles was on his show, he's smart kid. He's really smart kid. I liked him. We getting ready to get our little data. I know the ADP weekly employment change is tentative again, so don't really know um, if that's going to come out at 8:30 or not. But we will get the rest of it here in just a few minutes. See, the last time when we got the unemployment rate, we came out above forecast. And that, when was that? 20th, 20th of November. You know what? It'd be better if I do this from a 1 hour or something like that. About the 4. This was the 20th of November. But we still dumped. We still dumped on it. So we didn't get that close below that level. Yeah. It came out above forecast the last time, but we still don't. That's crazy. I took the short. I took the short on Hyperliquid. Right now, it's holding support, and I did take the short at support. To be honest, um, I'm in. Um, I'm in an Ethereum long, and I'm in a Solana short as well. But this short is an old one from a bit higher up. This short is from 139. So this short is from over here, and I've TP'd on it quite a bit, so it's barely anything left in this trade right here. And I'm in Zcash long too, but I'm in the Zcash long from, what was it? Oh, I forgot I still have my Bitcoin long open too. Which we back down towards my my entry around 85.4 on that. And Zcash from 307. Ethereum. I have two long open on Ethereum. One I'm actually down on, and the other one, because the other one of the Ethereum positions I am in from. Let me see. I'm in from 292 on one of the Ethereum longs, and then on the other one, I'm in from 2909. So here on this one, I took the long off of this one right here. So thank goodness that when it did, I wasn't gonna drop it anyway because this is it's such a low amount that I bought on it that I was only looking to add to it. But yeah, it tagged me last night, but I'm still in it. And the other one is from here. That was quite the decision. So that one's in the water. Hype look like it's trying to flag on me. I literally jumped in at support. Be honest with you, I wasn't paying attention when I did it. It's in hindsight that I realized that I entered on the support level. And I could close it out and not take any sort of a loss right now, but I'll just let it. I don't really care right now. If it comes up here again, it's a small amount. I'm not going to get heavy until market opens. Everything before then could be a false move, like you were saying too. Yeah, everything before then can be a false move, and I don't want to get chopped around. So if it invalidates this candle, which is the reason for actually taking it, the little top and tail right there, into that 120, then I won't bother with it anymore until market opens. I'm actually bullish on Hyperliquid's chart though. Yeah, Solana, it is. I'm proud that Solana is actually performing a lot better here. I'm really scared for my HODL bag, to be honest. That price may, I might round trip all the way back down if we're not holding. But it is doing pretty good at the moment in comparison to some of the other top coins, big market cap coins. She pushing. One hour still positive. Yeah, Solana is doing pretty good. Has a pretty good chance of getting in here. Which also means I'm probably gonna get stopped out on hype. Let's see. I put more focus on Ethereum this time, thinking that, it's gonna have a better performance today than yesterday. Solana's winning. All right, we're at our um, previous week low here for Bitcoin now. Low with our low fair value gap. But we just tapped into our, it looks like we tapped it. Not exactly. That previous week low. As we continue to bear dive up. Yeah. Solana, Solana did manage to actually push back. I think it's doing a lot better. I know it's hitting the lows in here, but so far it has managed to get back above this level. It's just a matter of it closing above here, and we got about 2.5 hours on this candle before we could actually validate that that's what it's going to do. But it's a big deal for Sol if he just gets past that. Nah, I was about to move that and decided to leave it alone. It is coming up on the 1 hour with potential bear dip though. We just got that data. Let's see. All right, unemployment rate came in greater than, so 1 point up again. Well, not 1 point, 4.6 here. Forecast was a 4.5. Last time was 4 point. We dumped on this the last time though. I don't understand why. Because actually, if it came in less than, it'd be great for the dollar. But we've been dumping off of it. Bad news. Good news for us. Bad news for the dollar. This came in good, and so did core retail sales came in good as well. And we just don't get the information here on the ADP. And then we got these two right here left. Bitcoin pumped a little bit more. Cool beans. This is a struggle for real though. Okay, I see Solana dumping off and Ethereum dumping off a little bit here. I'm still surviving on hype. Really don't understand why we dump on it, but what we did the last time, just kind of dumped on it. Let's see. Hype is not accelerating as fast. Almost stopped me out too. Came really, really close. Really, really, really close. And I'm known for tight stop losses too. I don't want to. If this is my reason for taking the trade, it's my reason for getting out of it. So I'm not gonna put it up above it. Put it right here on top of it. Solana. Solana. It's probably a back test. Let me see if that's a back test. Yeah, it's a back test right there. And then Ethereum. Looked like it broke through whatever back test it could have had. Oh, I already have it here. But I drew it from up here earlier. Let me do it like this right now. I didn't really have much to go on initially. Will likely continue down. It looks terrible. It looks terrible. Yep. Bear divs are giving. Bear divs are giving. You was in a you was in a Bitcoin long or short? Okay, with the 20x leverage. I'm doing 2x. I used to do high leverage. Well, I consider that to be high leverage. I used to would do the high leverage, and now, mm-mm, mm-mm. I'm doing 2 and 3. And depending on what it is, I might do 5. I'm balling if I do 5. I'm cutting the leverage back. I'm using more of my own capital in the trade, and just trying to cancel out a little bit more risk. Now, Bitcoin, I will up the leverage a little bit, maybe 10 now. I used to do 50 on Bitcoin, which was a bit, but now I only do 10. Okay, you got in from the bounce of the support last night. Yeah. It's probably going to keep coming down. If it doesn't hold here, then probably Yeah, it don't look like it might hold here, but we'll see. I'm gonna give it a benefit of the doubt. Yeah, selling pressure. Hopefully, Ethereum doesn't sweep the low again. And it looks like it will. It's gonna be a rough day today. Mm. Sorry for all the regulators. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting back into a Solana long position at least. I actually wasn't feeling too strongly about it, which was why I closed out the one that I did have on it, and I closed that out real early in the game. I think I closed that out. Yeah, I closed that out at 127.47. No. That was no. I didn't close that out there. Did I? Yeah, I closed it out at 127.47. Switch this to a price point so it doesn't get confusing. We still got higher lows. But I'm not saying it's not bearish because it is. I mean, we're in a downtrend. Saying this little situation until market opens is still holding higher lows. Current lows on my chart is 123.5 for Solana. Yeah, I got it. I got it marked out as 123.6 on the Binance chart. I don't know. I feel like if we come down here, if we come back, I'm assuming that you got in from over here. But if we come back here and we don't hold up in here, well, it doesn't actually have to hold this trend line. But if we're taking out this down here, then we're breaking the current structure for this 15-minute time frame. And we might actually take out this low instead of holding up. Now that we're back below here. We are holding this high at the moment. I mean, we saw the EMA ribbons, but it is still holding this high at the moment. Still holding 50. Still holding the mean on the RSI as well. Let me get rid of that. Still holding the mean, which is a big deal. That was that. This looks trashy though. I mean, that doesn't look good. but we are still holding the mean. So maybe one more attempt in here and then it rolls over after that. And this would be our break instead. See if it gets back above this pivot. Yeah, I could probably do this now. No, I can't. I still can't. It won't make sense. It's gone. I think I'm gonna kill this hyperliquid trade right here while it's up. Mm, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and close this out. I just don't want to stick around. I'm surprised I got through it. So that was that from support, which was stupid. So I just let that go. It's a little too choppy. I don't want to play. I don't want to play with it. So I'm done with that. Let me see how I map this out. I think I did something like that when I mapped out this. It might have been here. Something like that. I'm trying to see why I did it like that. Yeah, we got an SFP that will be really good for Solana, but yeah, that would be really good. That would be really good. I need to as opposed to trying to take it in the middle of the range. This still held 50, but I still say we're going down. And if we're not gonna, if we fail to do like an SFP off of the previous day low, I would be looking down here towards the weekly low for the SFP where we have the 786 at for Bitcoin. We'll delete this. We didn't care about it this time. This is just the worst performer right now, though. Ethereum. Jeez. As soon as I decide, I'd rather mess with it. Ugh. The second time dropping into this low. I thought I put these. See, it was a good thing I got out of that hyperliquid position. It's so choppy. Ethereum doesn't care about this. Once market opens, we'll know our actual direction. Right now, though, it does look like it's going to be, structure suggests down. Think. This must have been what you hit. And this must be the same thing over here. Okay. said it looks horrible. It looks horrible in my opinion too. It really does. I don't think we're that bad though on the weekly to have a RSI read like that, which means that we were even lower at some point. So I think we're gonna hold like our low in here. I think we got a good chance of holding our low in here. Yeah, we're really weak in here on on this time frame, but I don't think that it's bad enough for the RSI to be down here like that. I just don't. So, uh, we got a chance. Imagine what it's gonna look like if we come down here and we sweep this low. Below 2.5, I'm buying. Which means I would be out of the one that I'm currently in. And I would, yeah, I would reconsider on this one because we'd be pretty trashed down here. Doesn't mean we'll go to Valhalla when we get down here, but we got good support down through here. I'll be ready to pick it up. And we're still holding 120, which would be right here at 81. Let's just say we do. That's going to be at 81. Let me see what that's going to look like. Let me see. That's this low. That is that low. Let's see that. Yikes. Yeah, we look horrific. That's just assuming that we're going to lose this level right here. 200 is down here where the 786 is at. So, yeah, maybe. How bad have we gotten? I'm sorry, I just gotta look back at that again. How bad have we actually gotten? So that's uncommon. So 28. Just barely in the 25. We won't get too much lower. Yeah, I don't think we get too much lower. Either right back here or just taking this liquidity right here before we see another little leg. Not saying that we coming up here to take out the highs or anything like that, because I do still think that we make our way down here towards the golden pocket, but we wouldn't go too much lower. Not right there. And if we, I didn't mean to go back to that. If we, yeah, not just yet. I don't think we go too much lower right now. Just looking at Bitcoin. I don't think we get too much lower on this. This RSI read right here. You can see where we're at already on a weekly time frame at a 36, which is pretty low. This is a Binance chart, so but I think the look back period is still pretty good for it. This is about a 28 right here. And this is, I was saying if we got below a 25, I would jump in, but we may not even do a 25 or something like that. It looks like we might be bottoming out here in the time being. Like we are still holding. And if we pushed in any lower, then I would probably say, again, this 120 right here could hold up as support once again if we lose this, what we're trying to hold on to right now. This ray right here, we lose that, then yeah, I would say that we would bounce around the 81, which is just this low, So an SFP off of this low would be fabulous. We have to worry about getting back inside above the breakdown level, but I think this is nice. And that was also right around the golden pocket that we never tapped into either. So it's right about that golden pocket. Oh, let me see something else here too. I just want to take that away for a minute. I know I looked at this already. At worst on 70,000. That's 90,380. We broke it before. PH. I think that's yeah. This has been our range. So 69K top, and people thought it was going to 150K. Then LOL. Oh man, Solana was a hit at those lows. But yeah, everybody was scared of Solana because of how much Sam had. And that was one of the best buys. But it's a ton of them that just didn't come back. I was talking about that yesterday. Um, about with AVAX. It used to be a battle between AVAX and Solana. Solana was outdoing AVAX, but apparently AVAX tech was supposed to be a little bit better than Solana's. It didn't seem to matter because Solana picked up a lot of institutional adoption, and yeah, it survived. But AVAX, it did not come back, and it had a head and shoulders in that 2020, in 2021 before it got that drop too. Bitcoin had one too, but it's Bitcoin. It's used to doing stuff like that. Although Solana has a head and shoulders on it now, I just don't. It won't play that part out. It wouldn't. It'd be dead if it it played out that head and shoulders. But my only fear is that it doesn't come back because on the monthly time frame for Solana, we didn't even get above a 60 RSI with that last push up that we got on Sol, which means it stayed in neutral territory for all that time from let's see, from its low of 95. So Solana from its low of 95 dollars all the way up here to where it put in this lower high, it never made it out of neutral. There was no bullishness to this move up, and we can see it in hindsight in the candles. But it's a long time to sit here and wait on the monthly candle to close to be able to see that we're not closing above any one of these candles in here. No closure above any one of these candles in here. Unlike over here where it moved with strength and we closed above there, we closed above there. We got a little some sort of a bull flag or something like that. And it looks like we closed above right there and closed above right here. And this is where we start to, not do it and put in another little flag, and the same situation over here. Well, we closed above over here, but this whole move right here was just straight weakness to the upside. And it's pretty good with fib levels. Pretty good with fib levels. So once this is gone, that was a perfect 786 right there. But once this is gone, we got problems. We're already slightly below it, but that's fine. This is a whole monthly chart. We're in trouble though. Like right here, like we didn't even get into a 60 as opposed to over here. We backed out before we could, and now we're below 50, which we're below 50 over here. Don't know how I feel about it. And I keep debating on unlocking my Solana so I can sell it in the event that, this isn't going to work. This isn't too much further down, but it just doesn't look good. Ethereum's still trading like garbage right now. Did you buy it at $8? I didn't buy it at $8. I got it at 22. Now I bought Solana early when it was like a dollar and something. And and I sold it early too. I bought it because it was supposed to be getting listed on Coinbase. That was around the time when I had first bought it. And then I ended up selling it. I called myself trying to diversify some more, and I liked something else better, and I chose that. And it was a terrible decision. It was like the same week I sold it, Solana just started flashing higher. Then I looked at it at 25, and then I looked at it at 50, and yeah, it was gone. But yeah, I bought in on that dip at 22. But that's good if you got it down at 8. I did not attempt to buy it at 8. I just think some better projects are coming out, and Solana can be one of those that just don't come back this time. If we don't hold up, it sounds stupid because I know everybody's using Solana. Ooh, baby, baby. I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. I missed that Tesla drop. Hold on. It's just the first 15 minutes of the market anyway. Let's see where we go from here. Market is open. I like to say my appreciations to everyone who stopped by today to spend some time with me on this chart. Market is open now. I'm missing the fact that market is, I'm like 9 minutes behind the market being open as I'm running my mouth. So let's see how we do with this candle closure right here coming in. Can help dictate what we're about to do. Solana, Ethereum again, still kind of performing like garbage, but at best, maybe we get into these golden pockets up here. Just wanted to see what the 1 hour was looking like. I think that's where the golden pocket is. If not, yeah, golden pocket into this high, into this breakdown zone. That's what I think. And then we roll back down. RSI gonna be pretty healthy up here. And I just don't see us doing that. And plus two, we would have a bear div if we did. Possibly have a bear div on that if we did push up in here. So it's around 88. If for some reason, I know I will attempt a short in here. I will attempt a short right here. If I'm wrong, and I will attempt a short right here. And then I'll leave it alone. It just depends on what it looks like when we get to that point. Ethereum garbage, hyperliquid. I'm done with that. Thank you. More news in 5 minutes. Thank you for the update. Because it is coming into 9:45 for the flash manufacturing and the flash services. Tesla early. First move. I had something else over here on Tesla, but it recovered back above this low right here. Hold on. Not that one. Robinhood with the pop first thing in the morning. Way to go. Still has to get back above 120. It's not doing that. Check back on gold. Okay. I'll put this back on a 15. Gold is holding our euphoric line right here. So no back test of here just yet, and may not even get it since it did hold that 42.80. Not doing Amazon, not doing this one, even though pushed in a little bit more on that one. It was Nvidia. Nvidia again has to hold here around this 173.23. Any failure to do that, it's not looking too gravy for Nvidia. When I say hold, I mean it cannot be trading below it. Right now we're doing okay, still holding above the previous day low. What's that? It's Tesla. I'm pretty close to this 465, so I don't even know why I bothered with it, but it did reject off of that weekly level. Interesting. All right. I need to get out of here. Let me just check this chart. Yeah, I think that was the closing note on Bitcoin. So yeah, whatever Bitcoin is doing, the rest of the market more than likely is going to do that. So if it manages to get back up here, um, push into the golden pocket, it's probably going to, cap out right there. That's what I would be thinking. I might need to even drop this down to just to the low of the fair value gap in here. Or once it takes out this level in here, you can see that not take this level out, but start to trade below this line right here. Then it's another expansion here, and can be looking down here for a SFP of the previous day low, or even down here towards the weekly level for now, where the 786 is at. I appreciate you, Loza. And let me know if I'm saying it wrong too. But E short would be good, which is probably something I should be doing myself as opposed to my long. Should probably take my profits on it. Still trying to hold out for it to do a little better, but it's not performing good at all. Major follow through on these shorts, on the short. I took volume out of here. It's not looking good. So I really doubt that we would get up here with Ethereum. I mean, this could be an inverse. Don't look like one right now. It did mean if it comes up and takes out this, then maybe we got something. But this is upsloping too. And this is hopeful. Hopeful. It really don't. If we could get up here, I'd be out of my long at that point. I will close that out. It's very hopeful. Trying to make it look better. Trying to make it look more like an inverse. It's really not hitting like that for me, but no. I want to know how your position turns out for you. I hope it does good. All right. Everyone have a happy trading day. Stop losses and be safe. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.